What is everybody doing? Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get my subscribing mode turned on real quick. I will turn on the subscribing mode on, as always. And that is on. That is being activated. Alright. I want to just do the clear mode real quick. If I can do that. Alright, let's just do some of the clear moves. Loading the airliner. Where's the airliner? Where's the airliner? We need to do some clear mode in a different area. Like, let's see what we got here. I'm not flying the Airbus. I hate those Airbus. But I like the 737 now. On this mission, but at least you got that. Oh lord, that's 2 hours 30. Oh! I don't know, we'll see about that. That should be a longer flight on that one. I don't know why I fly around the United States all the time in career mode, but I need to start doing flying in different areas. Yeah, it's on PlayStation 5. Yeah, this game is pretty fun. Oh yeah. You know what, I'll just go ahead and do, wait a minute, where's that? 2 hours, wait a minute, that's it. Oh, that's not it. Where did I? I'll just do the one in the United States. Let's just go to one with the United States. Gee, you got 4 hours. Holy dang, I got like 4 hours flight over here. Okay. 2 hours, 4-star difficulty. We'll see about that. Okay. Let's just try that. Let's just do that one. Let's do that one. Let's just do that one. Let me customize the route real quick. That go all the way down to Boston. Alright, cool. Oh, wait a minute. Back it out. I don't want that. Let me get the flight plan going. Let me me change the route real quick before the mission starts. I can do that before I start it. The waypoint is already on there automatically, so I don't have to worry about that. The only thing I need to connect the route is by adding the route is still not connected, so I know it's not connected. The only thing I need to do is add that a post waypoint to the. I can do that. Let me go ahead and add that again to connect the route. I'll add that in there. Let's just add that in there. There's a waypoint. Add that to connect this route. In order to get to connect the route, if you don't add this in, even if you got the waypoint is already on there, I don't have to worry about that part. That's already on there. The only thing I need to add is this waypoint with that opposed waypoint in order to connect the route together. Which that would say 4,000 and that would say 4,800. I don't know why that says 4,800, but I'm gonna change the other two real quick. Hold on, let me get that. Let's just put the same speed, just like the one down there. 4,000. Let's just. Oh crap! Wait a minute. Let's see. How about that? Update. Flight level 040. We go down. We want to make sure that's exactly the same like that one is. The heading, which is 095. And we can, this is how I connect the route. We got the IS, it's already on there. Now you see how I connect the route? You see how I add this one with this one? It's the same waypoint that I just added. I wouldn't make sure. Let me look on the map to make sure that it's the same. But you know what? I'm gonna add something a little bit more before that. I can do that. Let me do that real quick. Let me bring this plane out toward about right here. Let me add this one real quick. Let me add it right before. As waypoint, it's gonna be after this one. There's a waypoint added right there. That goes right before this waypoint. I can do that. That way I can just. That way I don't have to worry about turning the aircraft all the way down. I can do that. There it is. So that route is still be connected. And that's all I need to do. You don't need a revival. Now this one, I can change this to direct out. I don't need that. So let me see what it looks like now. If I have to add the waypoint before, I can do that. I'll have to add manually. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me see. Hang on, let me get this. So it looked like we're taking off on a 23 left, 23 right, going out this way. So I would have to add the waypoint going out this way to go around the circle. I can do that real quick. Let me go ahead and add that in there on the first waypoint. Let's do that real quick. But that was going to be right before the first waypoint. It's going to be, I'm going to put before that. So there's the waypoint there. And let me add another waypoint coming up. I'm gonna go turn left. And then we already got the first waypoint already. So we can click after this one. Now we can start clicking after. And I'm gonna add another waypoint We're still turning left. I'm gonna fly over by downtown. Which is now, this one will be after that. Then I'll be flying by downtown. I can do that. It'll be after that again. And one more waypoint to fly by this downtown. One more waypoint. Let me do that real quick. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Alright, that should be it. That should be good. That should be good. And we'll push in. Boom. That's there. Now we got that route ready to go. Now we can go ahead and start the mission. We have our route now being connected. That's how it works. It works every time. Let's see what the plane look like. It might be look like the El Mexico again. It is.
Hi,
that's
Captain.
alright.
We've
That's
got
all
a great
good.
team aboard with Tia Collins as cabin crew. First Officer Buddy Green.
Now we'll check the route and make sure the route is connected. We'll check everything, making sure the route is connected. And look like we got the route connected. There is no discontinued route.
Captain, Tia from the flight crew here. Prepped for boarding, Captain. Awaiting your orders.
And I'll put this down for the fish. We'll put that down. Put on that. And that will, okay, yeah. Let me do that real quick. We'll go ahead.
Indy ground, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. The jetway is going to be connected.
I know the way.
Indy ground, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Could you please send the baggage?
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Flight
Baggage is on the way.
Flight level 390. I can do that.
Indy ground, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Could you please send a catering truck?
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. The catering truck is on the road.
Indy ground, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha
We're gonna take
8010
off
ready
on
to
a
copy.
flap.
IFR clearance to Boston.
We'll take off on a flap 15 this time.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 is cleared to Boston Airport as filed. Runway 23 right. Climb and maintain flight level 410. Departure frequency is 124.905. Squawk 1136.
31. Okay, on 31 right now. Trim will be on 3. We might not need a trim for that. We don't need trim for that.
Clear to Boston.
It says
As
3,
filed,
but we don't need
runway
that.
2 tree right. Climb and maintain flight level 410. Departure frequency is 124.905.
I kind of use the
Squawk
L3 with up and
1136.
down.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha
That's so
8010.
much easier.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha
right now, but while I'm
8010.
waiting
Readback
for
is
that,
correct. Contact ground on 121.9 when ready to taxi. Good day.
right now it is cold outside. We can go ahead and turn them on. Wait anti-ice, anti-ice.
All luggage on board, Captain.
And we're still waiting on people to load them up on the plane. It's going to take a while to get it loaded. Right now we're waiting on that. We're waiting for the people to get on the plane.
Boarding complete, Captain.
I'll have to go back into... let's check the ILS real quick. Let's see what number we're supposed to put in for the landing for the coast. And what was it? What was it? 33 left. It was 33 left. Highlight it in green, and we'll check the number. 107. 1107 is already on there, so I'm gonna flip the number. It's already 1107. 1170. That's already on there. That's right. That was already on there. Sometimes it's already on there, sometimes it don't. So we still gotta put that in there. Okay, looks like we got all people on board already. Looks like it's looking good.
Fuel gauge reads 50%, Captain.
We'll go ahead and push back.
Indy ground. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Requesting pushback.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Pushback request accepted.
Hey, Captain. Tow bar okay? You're clear to start engines.
Don't hit the building. I'm making sure I'm not hitting the building.
Pushback complete, Captain.
Okay, let's start engine number 1. We'll get that one going. Let's set that up. Start engine number 1. for the engine number 1 to start up. Got a few fuels in the middle, so we have to turn them on. Going back to the cross street line about that. Auto brake disarm, which is auto brake is this auto brake is on RTO that we need to put that on. And we'll put the flat down just a second. Right now we're waiting for the engine to start the engine. Will we request time to clear just a minute? There it is, there's the engine to start up. Waiting for this one to get completely start up, all the way up to 20. And then we'll start number 2. And then engine number 2 is started up. Waiting for the engine to start on this side as well. Here at night. It took time to start up because it's cold. Okay, there it is. It started up now. Now we'll wait for the engine to completely start up all the way before I turn on the pack on. The pack will be on just a second. The pack do not come on until after the engine starts. Off. Once the circle opens, goes away, then I can go ahead and turn the pack. Sorry, wait a minute, no, leave that on. I meant to turn this on, turn this on, then turn this off, put this on automatic. APU must be turned off while the engine is on. And the only thing I did not turn on is this one. I should have put that on now. That's the only one that I did not use yet. Put that on. Super emergency light must be on at all times. And read it. And the only thing I gotta do now is turn on the flight director on. Turn on the flight director on that side. Same thing on the other side. Turn that on as well. 30 maximum I can use. Everything is already on. Outlook is already on. Now I gotta check my feet. I'm going up real quick, about 39,000 feet. 39,000 feet. Put that on. Okay, man. The plane will automatically go. Okay, now let's go ahead.
Indy ground, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 with Whiskey, ready to taxi, IFR.
Shadow.
Taxiing, hold short runway 2 right using taxiway, Echo Romeo Bravo Bravo 1, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Ladies and gentlemen, our captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please stow your hand luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead compartment. Make sure your seat back and folding trays are in full upright position. If you're seated near an emergency exit, carefully read the special instructions card located by your seat. A reminder that this is non-smoking flight, including the lavatories. If you have any questions, feel free to ask one of our attendants. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to the monitors, where we'll be demonstrating our safety procedures. Thank you. Dear passengers, please direct your attention to the front of the cabin for an important safety demonstration. There are identified emergency exits on this aircraft. Look around and locate the exit closest to you. Should the cabin experience a sudden pressure loss, oxygen masks will drop down from above your seat. Place the mask over your mouth and nose, then pull the strap to adjust it. If you are traveling with children, wear your own mask properly on before helping your children. In case of emergency, after the brace, message, tuck your chin onto your chest and bend forward. Place your head against the seat in front with your arms wrapped around your head. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor. A life jacket is located under your seat. If necessary, take the vest and slip it over your head. Pass the straps around your waist and adjust like this. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord, only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to refill it, blow into the oral inflating system. Whistle and light are here to attract attention. Indy Tower, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 at runway 2 tree, right ready for departure. IFR to Boston. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, altimeter tree 015. Cleared for takeoff, runway 2 tree right. Cleared for takeoff, runway 2 tree right. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seatbelt is fastened tightly. Your seat is in the upright position and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact Indianapolis departure on 124.905. Good day. One 124.905 for Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Indianapolis departure, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 is at 1,800 climbing flight level 410. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, Indianapolis departure, altimeter tree 015, radar contact, continue.
There we go. Autopilot is now engaged. Now I'm not controlling it. After taking off, autopilot is now engaged. It will fly it all the way down though without, you know, everything will be fine. Right now we got a little bit cloudy right now, going into the clouds. And I'm not even turning the plane, it does it itself. I turn on the autopilot on after taking off. And also the auto throttle is already activated as well. And you can't hardly see through the ground now. It's too cloudy right now. Oh wow, we already flying above the cloud already. Not too bad. It's like between 4,000 and 6,000 feet where the cloud is. That's crazy. That is cool. Right now we can't see the land now. Since the cloud is down well below 4,000 and 6,000. Actually, almost between 3,000 and 6,000 right now. So far, looking good. We're now heading towards Boston. Leaving from Indianapolis to Boston.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
That's only take 2 hour flight.
Going to 119.55. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Indianapolis Center. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 is passing 10,000, climbing flight level 410. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Indianapolis Center, altimeter tree 015. Radar contact, continue.
Feet. Now speed it up a little bit. Pick up more speed now. I'll probably do about 320 right now. Let's just go ahead and do that. That'll pick up more speed. To worry about turning the aircraft the whole time, and it's just fly itself. I like the GPS route and the approach mode as well by turning the iOS on. Yeah, I know 250 knot is below, 250 knot is the speed limit below 10,000. You can't go 250 knot below 10,000, but you can when you get above 10,000 or 11,000. You can go over speed. Well, not over speed, but okay where you are. Right now it's going much faster. Max airspeed is a lot faster when it gets to 79. And the plane will turn right again. Well, looking good. The route is still connected. I don't have to worry about the only thing I can do is change the altitude going up or down. But right now we're going about 41,000 feet is what we're told to go up. That's fine. We can do that. We'll change it for that right now. Make it fast forward now. Let's make it fast forward.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 contact Indianapolis Center on 120.65. Good day. Going to 120.65. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
It's a little windy there.
Indianapolis Center. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 is passing flight level 185, climbing flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, Indianapolis Center. Radar contact, continue.
Does it bounce? Nah, still bouncing. Let's just play like that. Let's just do it normal speed for now. Let's just do it a little bit quicker. If it doesn't bounce, we'll get up at that high altitude. Probably not. That's too bouncy. That's real fancy speed. That's cool. This is not too bad. 2 times faster. Normal speed. Oh. Normal speed.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha.
Entering 5.125.
Still bouncy because of the wind,
Alpha
that's why.
8010.
That's alright, we'll just do normal speed for now.
Indianapolis Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha
Okay.
8010 is at flight level 275, climbing flight level 410. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, Indianapolis Center, radar contact continue.
It's gonna be another... But now we're flying toward... Let's go right back to GPS. So far, so good. So far, so good.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 contact Indianapolis Center on 120.475. Good day. Going to 120.475. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 Indianapolis Center. Radar contact continue. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 contact Indianapolis Center on 128.075. Good day. 128.075. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Indianapolis Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 is at flight level 400, climbing flight level 410. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, Indianapolis Center, radar contact, continue to CULTZ.
I'll be right back. Alright, it is continuing. Still autopilot. It's still autopilot.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact Indianapolis Center on 124.45. Good day. One, 4.45. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Indianapolis Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, Indianapolis Center, radar contact, continue to COLTZ.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Today I'm assisted by co-pilot Buddy Green. Welcome aboard flight WA-8010 inbound to Boston. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 38,500 feet and at an airspeed of 250 knots. It's 12:20. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Captain, this is Tia. We're ready for in-flight service. Mind if we start?
Permission granted.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 contact center on 134.9er. Good day.
134.9er for Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Center Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 center. Radar contact. Continue to Lucy. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 contact center on 120.6. Good day. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Did you copy?
Oh,
120.6. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Made it before. Huh?
Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Why are we flying this low?
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Center. Radar contact. Continue.
Why that be lower than the normal? That is good. We're not even there yet.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 contact Cleveland Center on 120.775. Good day.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Cleveland Center. Radar contact. Continue to Musti.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Contact Cleveland Center on 128.15. Good day. 128.15. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Cleveland Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Look like we're flying
Shadow
right
Mike Whiskey
into the
Alpha
clouds up here on
8010.
a higher level.
Cleveland Center,
Wow,
radar contact. Continue Honolulu.
that's cool. That is cool. No cloud on the normal, but this is up about 40,000.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Contact Cleveland Center on 134.475. Good day. 134.475. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Cleveland Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Cleveland Center. Radar contact. Continue to Honolulu.
Way high. Well, maybe there's no snow on the ground over there. Maybe, I don't know. Boston will probably have snow on the ground still. I think. We'll see what happens when we get there. Like that. Way down below? Are you kidding me? We're still up in the air.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Contact Cleveland Center on 126.725. Good day. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Acknowledge last transmission. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Acknowledge last transmission.
Ooh, ooh. Hit it.
126.725. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Cleveland Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, Cleveland Center. Radar contact. Continue to Hong Kong.
still going to be about a mile. Down here, off of him, and I think when it's slotty. It was slotty over here. There, was slotty or not. Last time I went there was, yes, I did in New York. I did in New York City. Maybe it was ghost town. That's the mission. See all kind of scratch on the window. That looks realistic. It make it look like a right landing good, back landing good.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact Cleveland Center on 124.325. Good day.
Going to 124.325. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Cleveland Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, Cleveland Center. Radar contact. Continue to truer. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact New York Center on 134.8. Good day.
One tree, 4.8. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. New York Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, New York Center, radar contact. Continue to truer.
Wait a minute. Oh! Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Ah! Ah! Would you hold still? Hold still. Gee, I did not do that. I wasn't trying to do that. Put it back. Gee, I wasn't trying to. What are you doing? Gee! Mine. I was right in the middle of moving my camera here, and it was just, I was actually holding the L1 while moving the camera around. That's what I was doing, but don't turn my aircraft. It's already over there anyway. It's not a big deal. Dang it. Oh, one mistake because of his G-force. Dang it. What happened? Why is this so?
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 contact center on 124.9. Good day.
124.9 for Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Well, that's never happened before.
Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 is a flight level 410, climbing flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Center, radar contact, continue to Lacey.
See if we can go past down without bouncing around. It's not too windy right now. Oh yeah, that's better. I didn't want to do it yet because when we took off from that Indianapolis, it was a little Overdid that fast forward.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact New York Center on 123.625. Good day.
Going to 123.625. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. New York Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, New York Center. Radar contact, continue to Lacey.
Let's go ahead and fast forward. I'm not gonna wait. We should go fast forward. Do fast forward, but not too bad.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact center on 133.5. Good day.
133.5 for Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact New York Center on 134.45. Good day.
134.45. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. New York Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey
Shadow
Alpha
Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Flight level
New York Center,
410.
radar contact, continue to WARD.
Probably one more week. Well, we can start the descent after this one. We're gonna get close to the landing. We're not gonna descent yet until we get 94 miles after this is 71.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact New York Center on 132.6. Good day.
132.6. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. New York Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 80.
Are you kidding me again?
133.25. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Boston Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact Boston Center on 134.3. Good day.
134.3. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Boston Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, Boston Center. Radar contact, continue to MICH.
bit. We'll go down that one. Over that way.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha.
Right, it's
Going to
time to start the
128
descent now.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact Boston Center on 132.65. Good day.
Going to 132.65. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Boston Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 is passing flight level 405, climbing flight level 410.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, descend and maintain 5,000.
Ooh. That'll work.
Descend and maintain 5,000. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
So far, looking good. We're all descending right now.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact center on 127.65. Good day.
127.65 for Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010 is at flight level tree 80, descending 5,000.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, center. Radar contact continue.
We are now descending. Well, slow down when we get to close to 10,000. Well, not 10,000, but we'll slow down a little bit when we get close to the landing. We're going to be landing shortly. I'm not going to go fast forward on this one. I like to watch it move going back to land shortly. Got some mild turbulent on the way. Oh Lord bless you. Look at that. Look what we have here. We got a little bit turbulent. Mild turbulent over here. We're still descending.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010, contact Boston Center on 124.85. Good day.
124.85 for Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Boston Center, Shadow Mike Whiskey
Shadow Mike
Alpha
Whiskey Alpha
8010
8010,
is
Boston
passing
Center.
flight
Radar
level
contact.
290, descending 5,000.
Gee, that's turbulent. Woo! I'm not even controlling the plane. It's just flying like it's supposed to, but I know it's got a little bit turbulent. It's got some turbulence over here. I hope it's not severe turbulence over here. Got a little bit bouncy here. Gee. Look at it. Keep going back and forth. Look at the turbulence. Holy crap. Wow. That's the realistic turbulence right there. vertical speed down 3,000 more so we can get down a little bit quicker. But when I get to about 10,000 feet, we'll slow it down with a flap down so we'll descend more. We don't want to go over 259 when we get close to 10,000. Automatically hold altitude, and then I'll put the flap down until it slows down a little bit, then I'll continue descending again.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors as runway tree left approach. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Descend and maintain 5100. Contact Boston Tower on 128.8.
Descend and maintain 5100. Tower on 128.8 Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Gee, it's a lot of turbo, look at there.
Boston Tower, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Hopefully I can
2
get down to
miles
11,000
southwest.
feet.
Inbound ILS runway tree
Once I
left
get
approach.
down there, it will level
Shadow
off the
Mike Whiskey
plane.
Alpha.
Cleared ILS runway tree left approach. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Slow down, sir. Slow down more. Speed brake is up. Let the plane slow down more until I get around 230, then I put the flap down. post mode is on. Nice. It's working. Go down about 3,000. We'll set that 3,000. Alright, we got the post mode. It's now activated. We should be able to do shit a little bit more than what we normally did. Why'd you do that? Oh, that's already decent automatically. Look at that. It's already decent right now. Never mind, it's already decent. Nice. Okay, that'll work. It's automatically decent right now. Nice. Both diamonds is now in the center. Down there is lined up on the railway, and that one for the decent. That's how it becomes decent. So we don't have to worry about that. We don't need an altitude hold for now. We are now approaching the railway. I'm still on the 70%, maybe I just give a little bit more speed by doing that. Let's just hold it right there until I get closer to the runway, then I'll use the flap all the way down. Pretty good, but looks like it's looking good. We're looking good right now. But still descending, still about the same speed. Still holding the same speed, 145 knots. That's good. 145 is good enough.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha.
Clear to land runway, tree left. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
Say about 77%.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Turn next taxiway.
Why did it say that? Why did it say F? What? Oh, man. Oh, turn off the freaking... Hold on. Turn that off. I don't keep that on. Disable.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Contact ground on 121.9er.
121.9er for Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Boston ground, Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010. Taxi to parking.
Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 80.
Taxiing to gate Charlie 14 via taxiway, Foxtrot Cross runway. 22 left Foxtrot Cross runway. 4 left Foxtrot Alpha. Shadow Mike Whiskey Alpha 8010.
got a dirty stuff on the plate. Dirt. Look like it got the dirt everywhere. Wow, it looks like there's dirt everywhere. That's funny. Oh, it even got mud on it. That look like a mud dirt on it? That look like the dirt on it. Wow. That's funny. Should have landed smoothly, but I still got an A on that one. Not bad, but barely almost pretty good. It's still average 70% right there. That's not bad, but I don't know about the repetition. Might go up or go down. I don't know about that. Not bad. Look at the repetition bonus. Ooh, that's not bad. It went up. We're back in A again. We haven't reached the S rank yet. Jeez. Every time we go back to A again. Oh my. Oh, now it's on further aircraft. Private charter, of course. 3 hours and 30 minutes. That's a long way. Nope, not doing that. 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's a long way. What you got? Well, you know what? I can go fast forward with this. I can make it fast forward for this one. I can do that. You can do fast forward with this. Alright, let's just do that one then. Let's just do that. Okay, it is 3:28 p.m. It will be landing at nighttime. 9:43 p.m. Yeah, okay. So let me go ahead and get the route set up again, once again, just like last time. So it looks like we got the route is already on there already, so we don't have to worry about that. That's already on there. And look like we got the, oh no, I hate that. What kind of runway we have? Oh, they got it. Oh no, why don't we have a, chart real quick. This flight, there's no chart for that. Hang on, let me check here. Okay, let me click on this. Just check the approach. Not bad, you idiot. This one. No chart available. Nothing. So no chart for that? Really? Well, that airport should have a... If we can get the airport... If we can get the approach turned on, I don't know if it will work or not. Okay, you know what? We got that waypoint. This is right there. Which way we're landing? this way. Wait a minute. What? Oh, we're coming in this way. So we're actually coming in to land this way. Wait, why we had a waypoint landing up? Wait a minute, that's not right. Wait. That's messed up. That's messed up. What about the direct? Hold on, let me see what it looks like. What the heck? I'm not gonna do that if it's got no IRS. I am not doing this if I don't have an IRS. What do it look like? That's the runway. There's the runway. You know what? Okay, back it up. I'm not doing that one. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Not that one. Not without the IRS. I like the one with the IRS. Better than the. I mean, we could do that one, but I'm not going to do that one. I don't know about the Airbus. I'm not doing no Airbus. 5 hours left. This airport, huh? That what it is? Are they more? Are they much harder? Oh God! You didn't complete all the specialization. That could be much harder than that. Let's see what this one is. Let's see what that one is. Are you serious? Still got that going on. I am not doing that. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's just do this one and that's fine. We'll just go ahead and do it. We'll go ahead and do it. But, oh no, not even doing it right. The approach is not right. Ah, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. cannot. Why is it got? You know what? I'll just put her through it for now. The approach would need to be activated, but we can add the way we can come in. Why does it make it? Why don't we just make the waypoint toward the runway? Like, come on now, you can do better than that. I'll make a waypoint myself. It was supposed to be, the approach would be added straight into the runway. I'll tell you what, let's just go out. We'll add the approach. We need a glide slope. No! Get that off of there. Hold on. I told you. Stop. Oh. I don't know why. Yeah, that's it. Okay, now, after that, and we'll add this waypoint. That runway we have on there, we're gonna click on this. Wait a minute, if it let me. Not connecting. Really? Why can't I put the waypoint? What the heck? Runway 22. But the route is still not connected. I don't know if the post mode still work or not, but we'll see how that works if we can get the route connected. And waypoint to WR22. So I can't add that. Well, I had to manually put the post manually itself. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're going about 40,000 feet. Had the route already been done connected, but I'm gonna add it before. I'm gonna add a waypoint for departure. Okay, we will need a route if we're taking off. Janet, stop! Is you mind? Okay, we're taking off. Wait, what do it look like? What did the runway look like? What the runway look like? Oh wow! This is like make a U-turn. So we have to make a U-turn again. So another way we need to take off. So we're taking off from this runway like this, going this way. We have to go this way. Wow. Wow. That's funny. Okay, let me go ahead and add that flight plan before. It'll be, this will be before this. Oh, great. No. Why did you do that? I didn't say before that. Hold on. Wait. Remove it. I said add the flight plan before this. No. Why did it always do that? Why can't we just put the waypoint on there? Are you kidding me? Hang on, let me look at it. Let me look at it. Dang it. Hold on. Let me look at it. Okay, there's a route before that. Hold on. Let me try it again. What the hell? What in the world? What the freak? Hold on. Oh my god, I told you to move. Just remove that. I told you to. There's the waypoint there. Oh crap. Hold on, I'm trying to fix this. Hang on, I'm trying to fix it the way it needs to be. I had to remove that waypoint. Hold on, let me look. Stop. Shit, where is it at? Well, it don't really matter anyway. It don't really matter. Okay, I just want to make sure. I had to remove one of the waypoint off. So I can use for taking off. away from the mountain for one. We're getting away from the mountain. We don't want to fly by the mountain. That's better. Take off. We're going like this, then we go out that way. Now put our post. These are our posts. Even if we did use the O knob, we're not using the O knob this time. I mean, we're supposed to use the O knob, but if we set the O knob on, could it look like this? That's not right. It make it look like you have to turn around, and that's not even right. You don't want to use that. That's just glitching out. Can't use that one. Just straight in. BF4 straight in. We'll do the BF4. Keep IF4. That didn't work. What? That don't work either? What? That doesn't work either? So BF4 does not want to connect the root, huh? But we can actually connect the root. Could we just connect the root? Can we just connect? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Active flight plan. It'll be after. Let me see if I can get this waypoint connected. It does not work unless we have the waypoint. Okay, there's the waypoint. Alright. Oh, that did work on that one. Okay, that'll work. So that does work. Connected the root with that. Yeah, that will work. Let's see what happens. Oh, great. VF4, please note that VF4 versus FS only cannot be synchronized with the embedded system. So, in other words, we're gonna have to use a VF4 instead of. Oh, send him over. Oh, great. Whoa! What the heck? Wait a minute. What the hell? Wait a minute, why did you just change my, wait a minute. Hold on a second. IFR. Damn it. Stop it. So if we use the IFR, the root R remain the same. Whatever, we'll go ahead and do it. We'll go ahead and do it. Let's just do it. Alright, let's try that. I know it's a 4-hour and 30-minute flight. Hopefully we don't mess it up on this one. We'll see what happens. Of course it snowed over here. That's funny, you can hear that.
It's a real pleasure to be flying together again.
Good afternoon, team. Let's make this flight to Heber a great moment for Mr. Nicholson. He's part of a celebrity's entourage, probably joining her for an event. Have a good flight, Captain.
Are you kidding me? You skipped the whole freaking... Wow. So in other words, the plane is already started. Wow. You skipped you don't have a ground crew to do the whole... Okay, I guess it's already boarded up the plane already. And the plane is already started. Wow. I did not want that to happen like that. Let me check everything. Everything looks good. We still need this on. The light that's not on, that needs to be on at all times. That needs to be on. Window seats gotta be on. We'll be closing. It still needs to be on. APU is already off. Everything looks. This will need to be on automatic. APU is already off. Light is already on. All light is already turned on. Everything is already turned on.
Ground, Shadow Romeo Alpha, Whiskey Tree, 614.
So apparently
Whiskey.
sometimes
IFR.
sometimes it'll skip the...
Shadow
skip
Romeo
to,
Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Taxi to and hold short of runway 18 via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 125.0 when ready.
And
Taxi
this
2
is
and
already
hold short
on
runway
already.
18 via taxiway Alpha. Shadow Romeo Alpha, Whiskey Tree, 614.
What did it say? What did it say? Okay, it doesn't do anything how many feet we are. Alright, whatever. We don't have to go back to feet. We're gonna go about 40,000 feet. We'll go about 40,000 feet with the VFR. Well, plane is already started. It's okay, it's all good. Flight dress is already turned on. I don't know if it's already on, and it should be good to go, I guess. Alright, that's fine. Oh, it's already been on. Take a look. Take a look on real quick. Let me check everything, make sure it's still connected. How come there's no runway? There's no runway. Where's the runway? Ah! Can't do that. What happened to the runway? What happened to the runway? We were supposed to have a runway. You know what? I'll just use this. Hang on, let me change that real quick. I do not like the way they do that. Damn it, stop! Stop. Why we got a waypoint look like that? And you can't even, that's not the right waypoint. They put the wrong waypoint on, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, you know what? Let's just put 9. Just direct it. Just do direct for now. We'll put 9 for now. Just do that. And the waypoint. Let's see what happens. If it's still connect, I don't know if it's connect or not, but we'll see what happens. Let's see what happens. There's no. Oh my God! Did we just put the runway on there already? Put that in there. You can't put that in there. Are you kidding me? Let me go to roof. Let me go to roof. Let me put. Oh my God! Stop! Get rid of that stupid thing. Give me that. Let me go. Oh! You gotta be kidding me. Hold on. I gotta figure this out to get the hair post work. I don't want to use it. Oh no, it's not right. No, it's not right. That doesn't have it. If I use this straight auto, if I use this, keeps me at hard, and it does not have a final. There's a final on there, but it doesn't have. See how the VFO doesn't look right? That is about right, but still has no approach. Again. Or maybe. Okay, you know what? Let me send it to me. There's no runway. There is no runway. What happened to the runway? I guess we're gonna have to manually land on the way. That's fine. That's fine. Runway 18. Really? Oh wait, you know what I should do? If I put that down does that work? No, it does not work. That doesn't even work either. How are we going to do that? If we're going to put the waypoint. no glide for this. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to do. I guess we're gonna have to land it itself. I'm gonna have to manually land on the way. That's fine. But at least you got the. But at least you got the autopilot going to take off. You know. Alright, let's just go. We'll do manual land, I guess. Since there's no approach for it. That's fine. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh crap. No, don't do that.
Passengers, our captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. You know the drill. Please stow your hand luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead compartment. Make sure your seat back and folding trays are in full upright position. Please fasten your seatbelt. If you are positioned near an emergency exit, read carefully the special instructions card located by your seat. Smoking is banned during this flight, including the lavatories. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, and we'll do our best to make this a wonderful flight.
We also have saved the camera for this aircraft as well. A little different than the what.
Tower, Shadow Romeo
Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, altimeter 2949er.
Ready for departure.
Cleared for takeoff runway 18.
Hotel, Charlie Romeo.
It's a little bit lighter than it's a little lighter than the other 737. It's a little lighter.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, please acknowledge.
Hurry up before it's too late. Okay.
Clear for takeoff, runway 18. Shadow Romeo Alpha, Whiskey Tree 614. Good afternoon, dear passengers. On behalf of Radiant Airways, we would like to welcome you on board flight RAW 3614 bound for Heber. My name is Michael Underwood, your in-flight service manager. Estimated flight time Heber is 4 hours 5 minutes. To prepare for takeoff, please ensure your seatbelt is fastened tightly. Thank you for your attention.
CG will show right in here. 49 right now. 49. Fine. And approach will be at 130 knot 40. I would go 140 knot at. Oh crap. Wait a minute. Oh. God. Flap 40. Wow. 40 knots. Alright, I know it's a little bit too fast, but that's what we're going to use. Now there is no glide slope for this one right now. I wish it did. There is no glide slope for this. I wish it did, but not every time. But that's okay. So, we're not taking off facing that way, we're taking off the other way. So we'll have to go, we'll have to turn left, and then we're going to turn around. Like taking off the other way. Start, traffic to start at runway 15, and then we're going to go all the way down there. We're going to take off facing the other way. We're on the runway right now, but we have to turn around. Make a U-turn to turn around. Not very happen all the time, but this is the only airport we have to turn around. See the camera footage. Seen it? Really? Oh crap! I got on the wrong camera. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what? This is supposed to be. Damn it! I just saved the camera. Okay, you know what? Let me put the camera back. I pushed the wrong button. I pushed the wrong button. Hold on. Hold on. Let me move this camera up. Using the. I'll put the camera right in front, underneath of this. I'll put the camera right underneath of there. Right there. Put the camera underneath of there. This is fun. Come on! Really? This is down. Okay. That one up there will be up. Triangle. Okay. I just want to make sure I got it right. So we know we got the camera back there. I'll move my camera up. I'll put this underneath of that real quick. Hang on, just a second. Back this up a little bit more. We're going to have to move this thing back more. Back this up more like this. changing my camera, idiot. I should put my camera right there. Jeez, stop. I was trying to see what your camera moved, idiot. Watch it from down here this time. Run! Hey, go! Whoa! Hold on. Start over. I'm about to crash right into that damn tower. No. Start over. We would act like we were just taking off like a freaking gonna crash right into the tower. No. I don't know about that. What in the world? We'll start over. We'll start the mission over again. That's ridiculous. Why would they put the tower right there in front of that plane taking off? Unless they ain't got enough. Try it again. Alright, you know what?
It's a real pleasure to be flying together again.
Good afternoon, team. Let's make this flight to Heber a great moment for Mr. Nicholson. He's part of a celebrity's entourage.
I start over
Probably
again.
joining her
That's why I
for an
did that
event.
for a reason,
Have a
because
good
I did not
flight,
want to
Captain.
crash right into the...
Ladies and gentlemen, attention to our passengers on flight RAW 3614 bound for Heber. Boarding will begin promptly. Please make sure you have your travel documents ready. Welcome.
Ground service unavailable. Skipping to taxis. Back on again. I gotta turn this thing back on again. It's supposed to have that on at all times. Do it again. Turn this back on again.
Ground, Shadow Romeo Alpha, Whiskey Tree, 614 with Whiskey. Ready to taxi, IFR.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Taxi to and hold short of runway 18 using taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 125.0 when ready.
Taxi 2 and hold short runway
What the hell?
using taxiway Alpha. Shadow Romeo Alpha, Whiskey Tree, 614.
That was weird. That was weird. Come on, go. Come on, go faster.
Dear passengers, our captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. You know the drill. Please stow your hand luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead compartment. Make sure your seat back and folding trays are in full upright position. Please fasten your seatbelt. If you are positioned near an emergency exit, read carefully the special instructions card located by your seat. Smoking is banned during this flight, including the lavatories. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, and we'll do our best to make this a wonderful flight. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 at runway 18 ready for departure. IFR, Tequila Hotel, Charlie Romeo.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, altimeter 2947. Cleared for takeoff runway 18.
Cleared for takeoff runway 18. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Good afternoon, dear passengers. On behalf of Radiant Airways, we would like to welcome you on board flight RAW 3614 bound for Heber. My name is Michael Underwood, your in-flight service manager. Estimated flight time to Heber is 4 hours 5 minutes. To prepare for takeoff, please ensure your seatbelt is fastened tightly. Thank you for your attention.
Don't take off yet. I'm just gonna move. Let's just fast forward. Let's just make it fast forward till we get there. Let's make it fast forward. You know, slow down all the speed and get there. Back over here. Really? Come on. Turn it on. Hold on. On. Okay. On. Everything looks good. Check. Oh. Sorry. Release the bridge. on. Get up in the air. You do this. Get up in the air. There you got those flaps up. Don't you dare. Come on. Get up. No. Come on. Get up in the air, you idiot. Oh my god. Why can't you take off? It's too short. The runway is too short. Why the runways are too short? You can't even take off from this airport. There's no way you can't take off with this. Alright. I'll make it even longer. Alright, let me try this again. Let me try again. Why are you putting too much gas in this aircraft? It should have been 50%. You know what? We'll get this. We'll get it.
It's a real pleasure to be flying together again.
Good afternoon.
Let's try it again.
Let's make this flight to Heber a great moment for Mr. Nicholson. He's part of a celebrity's entourage, probably joining her for an event. Have a good flight, Captain.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention to our passengers on flight RAW 3614 bound for Heber. Boarding will begin promptly. Please make sure you have your travel documents ready. Welcome.
I can't believe it. The plane will not take off no more than... The runway is too short. I can't believe it. The runway is too short for this aircraft to take off. There's no way you can take off with this aircraft.
Ground, Shadow Romeo Alpha
Really?
Whiskey Tree.
How are you going to be able to take off from this airport? The runway is still too short. Only the small
Shadow
planes
Romeo
can
Alpha
take
Whiskey
off.
Tree
Not this
614.
aircraft.
Taxi to and hold short of runway 18 using taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 125.0 when ready.
Taxiing, hold short runway 18 via taxiway Alpha. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Dear passengers, our captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. You know the drill. Please stow your hand luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead compartment. Make sure your seat back and folding trays are in full upright position. Please fasten your seatbelt. If you are positioned near an emergency exit, read carefully the special instructions card located by your seat. Smoking is banned during this flight, including the lavatories. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, and we'll do our best to make this a wonderful flight.
I still need to turn on the inside again. That never been. Oh my god. Come on! Turn it on. Turn it on. On. Yeah, the runway is too short. The runway is too short for this aircraft. This plane will not take off. It'll take off, but it won't take off like it's supposed to. We're gonna hope we can get this plane to take off and jump fast. I don't know why they put this. It's more challenging to take off from this airport.
Tower,
Really?
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 ready for departure. Runway 18. IFR Tequila Hotel, Charlie Romeo.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Altimeter.
Clear for takeoff, runway 18. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Good afternoon, dear passengers. On behalf of Radiant Airways, we'd like to welcome you on board flight RAW 3614 bound for Heber. My name is Michael Underwood, your in-flight service manager. Estimated flight time to Heber is 4 hours 5 minutes. To prepare for takeoff, please ensure your seatbelt is fastened tightly. Thank you for your attention.
Fast forward. very, very far back. Make enough room for this aircraft to take off. I'm gonna go way far back. That's what I'm gonna do. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Go all the way back here. This runway is way too short. Back it up. Let me get it all the way back here. I'll start it way far back here. I'm going to start it way back here. Let's just far back. That's what I'm going to do right here. I'm going to do it right here, right on the edge of the runway. Probably about right here. Yeah. Didn't have enough room to take off. Get off the tree. Let it slowly climb, slowly climb. There we go, we got it. Finally. Not bad for this one. Come on, dig it up. Do it. Let me get you space speed up a little bit more. Oh crap. The way he was turned on.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 contact Anchorage Center on 133.7. Good day.
133.7 for Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614.
Oh crap, why did he turn
Anchorage
it on?
Center, Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 is at 1500 climbing flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Anchorage Center, altimeter 2949er, radar contact continued.
Oh my god, stop. Put it on. Alright, let's go fast forward. Let's take it fast forward. Autopilot is good.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb, flight level 410.
Wait a minute. Oh, come on. I had it up to...
Shadow Romeo Alpha
You mind? I
Whiskey
had on
Tree
40,000
614.
feet.
Please expedite your climb,
41,000
flight
feet.
level 410.
God. Hold on.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb, flight level 410.
Alright, let's just fast forward time till we get down there. Down. Keep bouncing around! Stop bouncing around! Come on!
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree. 1.9er decimal tree. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Anchorage Center. Radar contact continued. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Contact Anchorage Center on 1 tree decimal 6. Good day. 1 tree decimal 6. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Anchorage Center. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 is passing flight level tree 5, climbing flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Anchorage Center. Radar contact continue.
Come on, stop. Oh my God. Come on, turn off the I'm not going to do lose the speed. Hold on. Hold up.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please
expedite your climb. Flight level.
I am climbing. If you mind, just give me a minute. You want to get up to it. I'm not gonna climb.
Shadow
until I get
Romeo
up there.
Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410. Shadow Romeo
Hold it
Alpha
right there.
Whiskey Tree 614.
Oh,
Please
come on. I
expedite your
can't.
climb. Flight level
Would you back up
410.
a little bit? Hold it. Hold still. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. I have to turn off the throttle off to the plane faster. Right now the plane is not on the plane on faster.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Contact Anchorage Center on 11 decimal tree. Good day.
119er decimal tree. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Anchorage Center. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 is passing flight level tree 900. Climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Anchorage Center. Radar contact. Continue to KRL.
Trying to get up there. I'll go back down. Oop, oop, too bad, too bad. Okay, never mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Michelle Swift. Welcome aboard flight Raw 3614, inbound to Heber. Our Boeing is currently cruising at an altitude of 39,500 feet and an airspeed of 200 knots. It's 4:24 and the weather outside looks mighty fine. So, we should expect a smooth flight. On behalf of our company, thank you for flying with us today. Until our destination is reached, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. You are 400 above your assigned altitude. Descend and
Indeed,
maintain
I'm up
flight
above.
level 410.
It is not. Oh, wait.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614.
Get it.
Please
Would you
acknowledge.
wait? If you
Maintain
can't
present
give me the
altitude.
deviation,
Shadow
okay.
Romeo
You
Alpha
probably did.
Whiskey Tree 614.
Well, I'm getting my legs a little bit above here. Ah, would you quit that? I was trying to turn it, you idiot. Looks like it's went down almost 500 times. Not bad at all. That's why I'm getting fast to travel. Fast forward.
Alpha Whiskey Tree 61 for contact Anchorage Center on 1190.0. Good day. 1190.0 for Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Anchorage Center, Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Anchorage Center, radar contact. Continue to QRO.
When I actually say oversee, when I actually oversee, but it doesn't matter. It probably look okay. It look okay. Holy stuff. She should have a little bit different anyway. Come on. You let me hit that button. Stop bouncing around. Okay, stop. Stop bouncing around like crazy. Come on now. took off already. We did on 16 flat. 16. It was never going to took off. It was 29 when we took off. It was 29 when we took off. But we don't
Shadow
have to worry
Romeo
about the
Alpha
takeoff
Whiskey
thing.
Tree
That's already been
614
done.
contact Anchorage Center on 120.55. Good day.
Going to 120.55.
We're going
Shadow
about
Romeo Alpha
128
Whiskey Tree
knots this time. It's a
614.
little bit low. It's just a little bit low. I'm
Anchorage
just
Center,
about
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, flight level 410.
30 knots.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Anchorage Center, radar contact, continue to Lilda.
Let's just go ahead. Oh. Let's go ahead and full speed. Let's just go to full speed. Make it a little bit better. Keep it on the same level. Get the sun back up. It'll be alright. It looks okay. It looks okay. I'm gonna make it slow motion real quick. I'll do like that. You know what? Let me pause it. I will pause it for now.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, contact Vancouver Center on 128.4. Good day.
128.4 for Shadow Romeo Alpha.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Vancouver Center, radar contact. Continue to Yankee Juliet, Quebec. Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, contact Vancouver Center on 132.2. Good day. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Did you hear my last transmission?
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Vancouver Center. Radar contact. Continue to vacate.
Longest flight that I had to make a phone call. Don't bring up that.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 contact Vancouver. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please acknowledge.
Hit it before it's too late.
1 tree 5.05. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Vancouver Center. Radar contact. Continue to Bogad. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 contact Vancouver Center on 1 tree 2.9er. Good day. 1 tree 2.9er. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Vancouver Center. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Vancouver Center. Radar contact. Continue to Bogad. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 contact Vancouver Center on 125.905. Good day. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Did you copy? Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please acknowledge. 125.905 for Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Vancouver 614. Flight Vancouver Center. Radar contact. Continue to Bogad.
Good grief, this just takes forever to get there. Oh, this is all getting out already, but good Lord, mercy. It takes forever to get there.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree.
125.1 for Shadow.
Shadow Romeo Alpha
Whiskey Tree 614.
Shadow Romeo Alpha
128.5. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Seattle Center.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Seattle Center. Radar contact. Continue to rise. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Contact Seattle Center on 120 decimal tree. Good day.
120 decimal tree.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Seattle Center. Radar contact. Continue to dates. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Contact Seattle Center on 1 tree 2.6. Good day.
1 tree 2.6.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Seattle Center. Radar contact. Continue to Dave's.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 contact Seattle Center. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Acknowledge last transmission.
Come on! Oh, you gave me a
126.1.
deviation for that.
Shadow Romeo
Get it?
Alpha Whiskey Tree.
I did reply
614.
back. I did push a button. You wouldn't let me
Seattle
push the
Center.
button until.
Shadow Romeo Alpha
Shadow
Whiskey
Romeo Alpha
Tree.
Whiskey Tree 614
Slow down.
Seattle Center.
Slow down the
Radar
time
contact.
before the
Continue to
more
Dave's.
air traffic control. Going crazy.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 contact Seattle Center on 132.6. Good day.
Going to 132.6. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Seattle Center. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Flight level 410.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Seattle Center. Radar contact. Continue to dates.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree.
2 tree decimal 9 or 5 for Shadow.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Seattle Center. Radar contact. Continue to Idaho.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 contact Salt Lake Center on 128.05. Good day.
128.05. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Salt Lake Center. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Flight level 410.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Salt Lake Center. Radar contact. Continue to Idaho.
flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Salt Lake Center, radar contact. Continue to FLIYN.
We go about 11,000 again.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. You are 400 below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 410.
Climb and maintain flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410.
Not like
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410.
it knows at 82.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410.
Keep telling me all you want until we get there. We didn't get it.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, contact Salt Lake Center on 128.35. Good day.
Thank you.
128.35.
I'm not gonna
Shadow
fly.
Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614.
I'm not flying.
Salt Lake Center, Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 is passing flight level tree 20, climbing flight level 410.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, Salt Lake Center. Radar contact. Continue to X-Away. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614, contact center on 128.55. Good day.
We are almost there.
128.55 for
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Center. Radar contact. Continue to excavate. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha.
Tree 5.775 for Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Salt Lake Center, Shadow Romeo Whiskey Tree 614 is at flight level 2. Salt Lake Center, radar contact level continue to X0.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410.
I am not climbing. You give me the
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410.
I am not flying. You mind? You didn't get it.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410.
Oh my God. Crazy. Why are we over speed? I told you to slow down.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410.
I am not climbing. No. I'm not climbing. It's almost here.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb. Flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Did you copy?
Oh, yeah. Too late. Oh, man.
119.9 Alpha Whiskey
Okay,
Tree
let's go
614. Salt Lake Center, Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 is at 14,800 climb flight level 410.
Radar contact. Continue to 41 and 111W. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb
I
flight level
can't
410.
fly because you got an airport up ahead. You got an airport up ahead. Okay, there it is. It looks like a yeet going down, going to the airport. Look at that. Wow. Okay. This is what you
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please
can't
expedite your
fly.
climb flight level
cannot
410.
fly yet. I want to fly because we're already almost to the airport. The airport's down that road. The airport's right up ahead. Gee. We're getting into a curve.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. Please expedite your climb flight level 410.
I can't fly. There's an airport right up ahead. Did you mind?
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. You can cancel IFR. Continue VFR to your destination.
Salt Lake Center, Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 would like to cancel IFR.
Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614. IFR flight plans canceled. Radar service terminated. Squad
Kilo Hotel, Charlie Romeo traffic. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 is on final. Runway 22 to land. Kilo Hotel, Charlie Romeo.
Damn it! Oh, come on! That's FPS and touchdown. Jeez. God keep on. My bad, I didn't mean to touch down like that. That was pretty bad landing right there, because you don't have a approach mode sometimes. You got to land it manually. That's ridiculous.
Charlie Romeo traffic. Shadow Romeo Alpha Whiskey Tree 614 is taxiing to parking. Kilo Hotel, Charlie Romeo.
Hopefully, Lenny, 65, not bad. Wait, I've only got 2. I hope that repetition should go up. It should go up. Maybe. Possibility it should go up. That was a pretty bad landing, I believe. Repetition building is still going up. Okay, that's good. Almost every one of them went up. Not bad. What? Are you kidding me? Repetition update went down? You gotta be kidding me. There's no freaking way. That's the second time it did it again. Wow. You gave me a D rank on that? Great. Repetition went down. Oh, that was awful on that one. What an idiot. Oh, let's do that one. Whatever. Okay, let's just bring this. Let's it on 15 minutes. We don't do this very often, but don't matter. Okay, we have the little tornadoes over there doing only in the career mission. That's it. We do not have the what it was that we're back. That's it.
Boarding can begin.
Received in progress.
Attention, please. We have only today to record what we need with Shadow, so let's get to it. Jessie is in charge of recording. She knows the plan inside out, and will be leading the session around Prescott. Shadow, our research team issued a strict scientific protocol. Your role is to maneuver around the supercell to help us collect data. This project has taken years, and today you're the ones to make it reality.
Prescott ground. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514. Ready to taxi. East departure of Quebec.
Shadow Echo Alpha Mike 6514. Taxi to and hold short of runway 21 left using taxiway Delta Alpha cross runway 21 left Alpha. Contact tower on 125 decimal tree when ready.
Taxiing. Hold short runway 21. Left using taxiway Delta Alpha cross runway 21 left Alpha. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514.
Just confirm. Equipment ready, Jessie?
Measurement instruments and data systems are a go. We're good to go.
Are you kidding me? I wasn't even
Prescott
ready
Tower,
for that.
Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike
Why you give me
6514 at
what?
runway
That
21
don't make
left
no
ready for
sense.
departure. East departure.
It was supposed to be whole short over there, not over
Shadow Echo
here.
Alpha, Mike 6514.
No. Start over. Start over. Start over. If you're going to cross runway, why did it say... Why did it highlight it in red? Hold short. What I mean, at the hold short, yeah. They need to fix that. They need to fix that game to where... Really?
Boarding can begin.
Received. In progress.
Attention, please. We have only today to record what we need with Shadow, so let's get to it. Jessie is in charge of recording. She knows the plan inside out, and will be leading the session around Prescott. Shadow, our research team issued a strict scientific protocol. Your role is to maneuver around the supercell to help us collect data. This project has taken years, and today you're the ones to make it reality.
Prescott ground. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514. Request taxi for east departure of Quebec.
Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514. Taxi to and hold short of runway 21 left using taxiway Delta Alpha cross runway 21 left Alpha. Contact tower on 125 decimal tree when ready.
Taxi, hold short runway 21 left via taxiway Delta Alpha cross runway 21 left Alpha. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514.
Just confirm. Equipment ready, Jessie?
Measurement instruments and data systems are go. We're good to go.
Oh, she does give me those red highlighters from there. I don't have to do one by the wait for it. So let's talk further over here. Why did you give me the... What in the... What? That's not cool. We wasn't at the whole short. We start over again, one more time. I don't know why this game not wanna... Alright, this is ridiculous.
Boarding can begin.
I guess I'll have to go all the way down with it.
Attention, please. We have only today to record what we need with Shadow, so let's get to it. Jessie is in charge of recording. She knows the plan inside out, and will be leading the session around Prescott. Shadow, our research team issued a strict scientific protocol. Your role is to maneuver around the supercell to help us collect data. This project has funds to make it reality.
Prescott ground. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514 with Quebec. Request taxi to the active. Departure to the east.
Shadow Echo Alpha Mike 6514. Taxi to and hold short of runway 21 left via taxiway Delta Alpha cross runway 21 left Alpha. Contact tower on 125.3 when ready.
Taxi. Hold short runway 21. Left using taxiway Delta Alpha cross runway 21 left Alpha. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514.
Just confirm. Equipment ready, Jesse.
Measurement instruments and data systems are go. We're good to go.
Alright, let's go ahead and stop and all the way down. We can't cross the river. I don't want to go really highway. Get on the left. Don't get on the left. I'll just have to turn around. I'll just have to turn around.
Prescott Tower, Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514. Ready for departure to the east at runway 21 left.
Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514. Altimeter 2992 departure to the east approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 21 left.
Cleared for takeoff runway 21 left. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514.
I gotta turn around because of it. I gotta turn this thing around. What is this thing here?
Mike 6514, continue for east departure.
Prescott Tower, Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, continue for east departure.
I know we've been over the details 1,000 times, but let's reiterate why we're here, okay? We hope to collect raw data we can then feed to computers in order to generate better simulations. Imagine if in the future we can predict if a thunderstorm is going to evolve into a tornado as it forms.
In other words, Captain, we really appreciate you helping us with flying directly at a tornado for science. There it is. This is gigantic, right in our path. Captain, we need to fly more steadily. We'll have issue during recording if not.
As said earlier, we won't be able to begin the session if the flight isn't more stable.
Without a steadier flight, I can't guarantee the outcome.
Our trains today are designed to get perfect conditions for Jessie. That means super responsive flying and rock-solid stability.
Recording has started.
Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike.
Please lower a bit.
Prescott Tower, Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, frequency change.
We're getting there. Okay, let's move on. Almost done. We're collecting flawless data. Let's not stop.
And that's it for today. We have what we need. Awesome, guys.
Prescott Tower, Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, is 5 miles south, 6400, with Quebec to land.
Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, Prescott Tower. Altimeter 29902. Enter left traffic runway 21 left.
I saw a movie about tornadoes once. It was pretty well done, actually.
There's also this movie with sharks raining down everywhere. Was so fun.
Come on. I've heard they found sharks dumped by tornadoes on the beach once.
You're kidding me, Andre? Stop it.
Nose is now wiped off the map.
It's heartbreaking, but it gives us a purpose. I mean, we know why we're doing this job.
It still gets me emotional, but you're right. Thanks.
Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, wind 046 at 18. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, wind 046 at 18. Clear to land runway 21 left.
Clear to land runway 21 left. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514.
Team, time to relax a bit now. The area is safe.
I'm B. Glad we're back. Can't wait for a break.
I've heard some planes even have bunks, but sleeping in such conditions, not for the faint-hearted.
I wouldn't say no. Just kidding. Captain, if you keep flying like that, you'll damage our equipment. Hey, I just told you, our instruments won't hold up.
Finally back. That was quite something, I must say.
Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, turn next taxiway. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, exit runway when able. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514, contact ground on 121.7.
Going to 121.7. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514. Prescott ground. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514. Taxi to parking.
Shadow Echo Alpha Mike 6514. Taxi to General Aviation parking via Taxiway Alpha.
aviation parking using taxiway Alpha. Shadow Echo Alpha, Mike 6514.
Optimize our efforts. Tornado research is demanding. It will take time to improve, but I know we all can do better.
Shit. Okay. That's not too bad on that one, but it's still good, but really a little tiny bit of repetition went up a little bit. Really? Okay.